The clock is still 59, but we'll go ahead. Call the meeting to order at 5 p.m. Please stand for the flag salute. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect that all board members are present and all cabinet is present. At this time, I'd like to notify the audience that this open session will be audio taped, broadcast, and recorded for the district's YouTube channel. Okay. Approval of the agenda. It is recommended that the governing board approve the agenda of the December 16th, 2024 governing board meeting. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Mrs. Estrada
Second.
and Ms. Shedd. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 5-0. At this time, I will turn over the meeting to my clerk, President Pro Tem Jason Chung.
Thank you. We'll be moving on into our next section, which is recognitions and introductions. We'll be talking about the 2024 Golden Gavel Award, and Ms. Huang will be sharing about that.
Good evening, Board President Ahmad, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Lee, Cabinet, and guests. It is with great pride and excitement that we celebrate the Buena Park School District Governance Team being honored with 2024 Governance Team of the Year Golden Gavel Award by the California School Boards of Association. This prestigious honor is the highest recognition a school board can achieve in California, reserved for just one school board statewide that exemplifies exceptional leadership, effective governance, and unwavering commitment to advancing student success. The members of the Buena Park School District Governance Team are tireless advocates for all Buena Park students and families and staff. They have championed early childhood education, learning recovery initiatives, equity-driven programs. They have focused on improving student learning conditions and developing policies that prioritize the needs of Buena Park's diverse population. Whether visiting schools or parent engagement events, they consistently demonstrate their deep care for the success and well-being of every student and staff in our district. Their efforts collectively have helped to ensure that the district continues its collective effort in success and well-being. And their efforts have helped to ensure that districts continues its forward motion to create successful outcomes for all students. We're deeply grateful for your vision, dedication, and the countless ways that you have invested in the success of our students. So I want to say thank you. And to signify this incredible achievement, we will present a special pin. It looks like a gavel, a golden gavel, to each member of our governance team, President Ahmad, President Pro Tem Chung, Trustee Estrada, Trustee Frutos, Trustee Shedd, and Superintendent Dr. Lee. So please join me in congratulating our governance team.
Go ahead and start. Welcome everyone, our Buena Park School District families, our community and guests to our board meeting. Every year, I think when we have this huge conference called the California School Boards Association, many districts attend this conference. And this award is coveted by most. It's an award of a lifetime because you have to have the right team at the right place at the right time. Not only am I super, super proud of this award because we had a big stage and big lights, we got a lot of PR and publicity, but sharing this moment with our school district teams, and just seeing this audience with our families here means more than actually standing up on a stage. So thank you for the privilege and honor to be able to work alongside you, and just a opportunity of a lifetime for me.
Yeah, I just like to say a few words to it was a great honor, but it comes with a lot of work that was done before us. And it comes with a lot of people doing the work now and representing a community that I always kind of start off with, always we're small but mighty. And being up there to represent Buena Park School District was a moment of pride that I take away the word small now, because I feel like we're just mighty and we were able to represent across all the school districts. And I thought, this is again, all of what everyone in this room, everyone in our district has done to get us to this point. So as a governance team, I really appreciate each person here. At the same time, we know it's a collective effort, and we want to first acknowledge that and saying this governance doesn't work without the village, the mighty village. And I want to first share that. And in the landscape of politics, the landscape of so many different things out there with agendas, I think I can say proudly that each member here represents with a heart of empathy and a heart of what is right and best for kids. And I think that's the number one and only goal that we should have as a governance team. And I know it's very challenging, but that's what I took pride in, not because we got recognized for anything. Other board members are like, hey, good job. And I was like, thank you. But it really was our district. It's the district that deserves all the credit. And I think for us, we just represent that as a face, not a pretty face, but better faces here. But it was that moment. And so first I want to share and say thank you to everybody. I know I see some people here from the past that has set the foundations for it. People here in this room right now making it work. And that's really the sentiment that I want to share. So that's what I want to share. And thank you for everybody and making this happen.
Thank you. Yeah, I think Dr. Lee and Mr. Chong said it. I think the best part was standing on that stage alongside all of you. We knew we had the best governance team, but now it felt like everyone knew that we did. It's been a joy. I enjoy every moment we have together because I know that I'm there for the right reasons and everyone's there for the right reasons. So I want to thank everyone that made it possible. I want to say that it's been a beautiful journey and it kind of felt like the perfect ending to my time on the board. So I want to thank everyone, thank the board and Dr. Lee.
Well, I am especially thankful to have been a part of this team. Each person individually brings something so fantastic to the board, individually, and I am honored to have been a part. It has been a fun year, and like I said, it's not just this year. And so I'm thankful for those who came before us. What do we say? We stand on the shoulders of those who've come before us. And but just being able to work together and see each other's point of view or different points of view, because we come from different perspectives. And the way we've been able to respect, honor, and collaborate with one another has been a real treat, and I really appreciate it. And the implementation of what we want to do is, like Mr. Chong said, the biggest part of what this is. So thank you to all of you. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart.
I just wanted to say I echo the sentiments of my superintendent and my fellow trustees on the board. Really, it does take a village, and I know it does say it's for the board, but it really is for everyone in this district. You guys always come and do the best work you can for the students. Thank you, students, staff, parents, district faculty, my board, superintendent, Aaron. Really appreciate all of your help, and it was really an honor to stand beside all of you. I know that we all come from different backgrounds, but knowing that we are so united and that we only want one goal, which is what is best for the students, ultimately is what our board really stands for. And I appreciate everyone so much. And thank you again for welcoming me in. I know my tenure has been pretty short, but I do appreciate just, well, the welcome I received from all of you. And I do hope to continue that. And thank you again, President Alba.
I want to take a moment to thank everybody. I think everybody up here said it well, and it's kind of hard to follow all the great sentiments everybody mentioned. But as a school board member, I take a lot of pride in being able to carry our district and talk about our district, just not about our students, but also the great job our faculty and all the administrators, our superintendent, to our admins, to our school board is doing here in our district. This recognition is not possible without the work of all the administrators, all the teachers, all the unions working collectively as a whole, but also the students. They're a big reason of why we're here. And it was an honor to stand on top of that stage and look at a sea of probably 4,000 people sitting out in the audience, just to be recognized. But I make it a point and a priority that we always talk about what it's in the best interest of our students. That is, for me, the most important thing. And being able to share and voice the voice of every student wherever we go, because I think the Buena Park School District, again, I think Mr. Chong said it, we're not small. We just been mighty. And this just goes to show the work and effort everybody's put into this recognition. And without all of you, this wouldn't have been possible. So thank you for your time and dedication. But also want to thank the entire Buena Park community, because they've also supported us and what we do here in our school district. So with that being said, I thank everybody for letting us serve as your board members here in the Buena Park School District.
Okay, moving on to our next one, I'll pass over to Dr. Lee.
Yes, at this time, we want to recognize President Tharwa Ahmad. I'm going to start by saying a few words and then passing the baton over to our board, and then call upon friends of our district. Tharwa absolutely loves this, to get all the attention, sitting in the center of this dais, and while everyone looks at her, saying beautiful words. So deserving, so deserving. This is my second year as superintendent, and already I feel as though I found a person that I could rely on to be aligned with in so many ways, to the point that it was a little scary sometimes. I have the privilege of connecting with board members individually, one-on-one weekly. I sense, I feel, I hear the tears of the board, the yearnings of the board, the hopes of the board, how much they are cheerleaders. And sometimes in this dais, we're, looking at an agenda item and approving, but with much thought, calculation, and behind the scenes homework, have they come with one approval. Tharwa is one of the most conscientious people I know, one of the most thorough people I know. And she holds people to the highest of expectations, knowing that we can rise to it. So her texts of encouragement, her words of encouragement, her words to support me meant the world to me, knowing that she holds everyone to that highest degree. And with that, I just want to thank you for your service to this district, Tharwa. And I look forward to the many years of friendship to come. Okay. We're going to go this way and then end with Jason Chong. So Trustee Shedd, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, I would. Well, when the three of us came on, that's Jerry, Jason, and myself, we were all brand new in 2018. And you had been on the board, and you had, the experience of being in the district, raising your kids in the district. And I was so appreciative of your expertise, your thoroughness, as our superintendent said. And I've learned a lot from you. And one of the greatest things I've learned is to question, because I tend to be, can I say, a cheerleader and thinking everybody's thinking the same way and we're all in this together and, you know, and you said, oh, but wait a minute, what about, you know, and I said, oh, I hadn't thought about that. And so that's something I've learned from you, that it's important to look at something from all sides and see how it's going to impact everyone. And to be inclusive as far as all of our different students and all of our staff and their different personalities and our families that we serve. And so I'm just thankful to you for who you are as a person, as a leader, and you really helped us become the board members that we are today because of what you brought with you when we came. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I've known you, I believe, a little bit longer. Even when I was younger, I've grown up and I've seen you serve on the board for all the years when I was here. And being able to serve beside you is nothing short of an honor. I mean, I've only been here for 2 years, but I feel like I've learned immensely thanks to your leadership and guidance. You really brought the heart and soul to this district. I appreciate you so much. And even behind closed doors, you've really been someone who brings over everyone's perspective and who questions things and sees it from everyone's eyes just to make sure that there was nothing left in the unknown. And that is something I really appreciate from you. You are nothing short of a leader, honestly. Being able to be beside you and serve on this board has really helped me grow as a better person, being able to hear from you, hear all of your different perspectives, and being able to consider you sort of a mentor is really something I will treasure and I will follow with me for the next 10 years on my board because I was able to listen to one of our best that has ever served. Thank you so much.
It's kind of hard to follow all that. So I had to write it down because, you know, I tend to, you know, be a little long-winded, so I have to land my plane so everybody gets an opportunity to, you know, share their thoughts. But Tharwa, I want to thank you for consistently demonstrating and advocating for all students, teachers, district staff members, unions within the Winter Park School District. Your contributions to the governance team have positively influenced my development as a board member in so many ways. Your attention to detail and insightful approach to discussions helped me understand the role, the why and the role of a board member and why it is vital to our district and our community. But you also enhance the effectiveness of the entire governance team. I will miss walking in and greeting you and asking about our children. That was one of my favorite things to do every single meeting. And I don't know how much, I don't think you understand how much that meant because there was days where not everything was good. But just having a conversation with you in regards to a family meant a lot. And that's just how every meeting, that's how I wanted to start my meeting, is just talking and just seeing how you were doing before we conducted any kind of business. That to me was one of my favorite parts to do. And I'm gonna miss it, but I know there's gonna be other ways in which we will connect in those ways. But additionally, your dedication to attending our meetings, regardless of your travel commitment, is very commendable. I don't know anybody that would be across the world at 6 o'clock in the morning while it's evening here and taking a board meeting. That is very commendable. And not everybody can do that as well as you did. So thank you for that. I also want to take a moment to thank the entire Ahmad family because you allowed Tharwa, you shared Tharwa with us, especially when you needed her the most. And for that, I'm very grateful to have her be on our board with the understanding that I know she still had family back home that cared about her, but still allowed her to do what she does best, and that is serve our community and put our students first and everybody else before her commitment. So thank you for that. But I know this is not a goodbye. this is just a see you later. Because I know you're gonna be doing great work in the community, through the, Ed Foundation, but also through the Emerald Eagle. So, with that being said, I'm gonna miss our meetings, but again, this is not a goodbye. This is just a see you later. And, I know we're gonna be connected in more ways than others.
I at last expected Jerry to be the emotional one. Yeah, for me too. I wanted to say thank you, and you were our true senior member in Korean culture. You have the senior, like they're like our sambe, like we call them. They're like the oldest and the wisest. Um, but I'm not saying you are the oldest in looks. I'm just saying in wisdom and in character and in just how you carry yourself. 8 years ago, I know we both actually went for the vacancy that was available back then, and then you beat me. So I had to wait 2 more years to have my chance. But the last 6 years, I have to say, it has been a tremendous journey. And I want to thank you for just who you are, like everyone shared. People are adding a lot of characteristics, just a few more. Your deep care for people, your thoughtfulness in every detail, which with the conscientiousness, your intentionality is very evident and felt. You put every student in our district as if they're your own. You take every staff and community member as if they're your family. I think that's how you've expressed yourself. And I think people don't realize, like, when we're up here often, we're always like 5-0, and like we never have discussion, but it's 5 unique members, and we always try to come out with one voice, whether we agree or disagree. And in doing so, there have been many times and long nights where we've had disagreements. And I think that just made us stronger. And you were gracious and graceful to the end and everything that we did. The teacher in me wants to bring out that back in our day growing up, it was all about, you'll need the 4 C's to be successful in life. And I feel that in our generation, we've have to learn those. You exemplify all 4. Your communication is clear. If you heard her speak at our Golden Gavel, it was like you were at the Oscars and she was giving the most amazing speech ever. I got a lot of compliments, not about how we looked, but how she spoke. And how you communicate so clearly. Your collaboration in making sure that everyone's considered, that you make sure that everyone's brought in, your thoughtfulness for that, the critical thinking, where when there's something is not quite what we think it might be, you always bring in questioning, and you look at everything with a critical eye, and your creativity when coming up with suggestions and what other things could be possible. So I think that you've modeled what this generation needs to also learn from a leader, and the 4 C's that need to be used to be successful. I'm tremendously gonna, again, like Jerry said, I'm gonna miss you, I can say that, but we're gonna probably see you as a parent now, and you'll be in our ear if we're not doing anything right. You'll definitely be up telling us and texting us, and I do appreciate that, and really, really have cherished these last 6 years, and 6 years is a long time, actually, and it's really an awesome thing. So thank you. Thank you so much. At this point, we'll also want to invite up each organization to kind of say a few words. So first, we have actually the Buena Park Teachers Association. Ms. Carol Bright wants to share a few words.
Good evening, Dr. Lee, President Ahmad, Governing Board, and Cabinet. BPTA would like to take this opportunity to recognize and thank Trustee Ahmad for her many years of selfless service to our Buena Park community and district. Ms. Ahmad tirelessly dedicated her time and energy to help drive positive change for our members, students, and community. BPTA and our members appreciate the effort and expertise Ms. Ahmad provided for our community. Her past experience as a teacher and educator provided her with important insights and understanding to the unique challenges our students, community, and members face daily in the educational field. Her experience was essential for making informed decisions and ensuring the long-term success of our members, students, and community. BPTA and our members thank Ms. Ahmad for passing school budgets that provided funding to support our teachers in providing the best education for our students. We thank you for tackling the tough questions in partnership with BPTA members, parents, and the Buena Park community. The work our board members do behind the scenes is not always visible, but their impact is profound and far-reaching. BPTA could not let this opportunity to honor and recognize Trustee Ahmad pass without thanking her for her contributions and invaluable work on our school board and for our community. We know Ms. Ahmad will still be a regular face on our campuses, as we know her strong support for our district, educators, and students will never be far from her heart. While saying goodbye is hard, BPTA would like to welcome Mr. Jensen. And BPTA looks forward to continuing our close working relationship with the school board in continuation of their support of our educators, students, and community. Thank you, Ms. Ahmad.
Next, we have Ms. Stephanie Williamson, representing the Buena Park Management Organization, who would like to say a few words as well.
Really, it is just a few. We do know that this is not goodbye, as we will be seeing you all over the place, and we are very happy about that. We do want to take a moment to thank you for your incredible service. Your dedication to the students and the staff have been unwavering. You've always been a champion for our students and really for all of us. We appreciate your wisdom, your guidance, and your unwavering support. And we really thank you for everything.
Thank you. And from the Buena Park Education Foundation, Mr. Rick Holash would like to say a few words.
I remember being here before. So first, I want to congratulate the governing board and especially Darwa on your award, SESBA. It is a huge deal. I've been at that conference. There are 4,000 to 5,000 people there watching you and Dr. Lee helping these people governing board. So I just want to congratulate you. I know what a big deal it is. I saw it on LinkedIn, how proud I was to have worked with almost all of you. So great job, you guys. It does mean a lot. Next, I want to congratulate Mr. Jansen on being elected. I respect anyone that wants to serve as a board member. It is not an easy job, and I respect you for wanting to do that. Third, the CPA in me needs to recognize your new auditor, Jeannie Garcia, who's here today to present her first report. Jeannie and I go back like 16 years, so it was great to see her tonight and took a peek at the report, and it's a great report. It's like unmodified, no findings. You can't get much better than that. So I need to congratulate Sandy and Neelam for another great report. You got 2 of the best in the county, if not the state. And then from the Ed Foundation, Thara. 7 years ago, I believe, 2017, I started with the district, and I think you were just the board member like a month before me. First thing I got tasked with doing, I go to the superintendent, I got a problem. The bond oversight committee has Thara on it, and you can't have a board member on the bond oversight committee. Superintendent turns to me, go tell her. So my first thing I get to do, meet board member Ahmad and tell her she can't be on my committee anymore. And I cannot tell you how graciously you made me feel by just saying, no problem, Rick, I understand. I didn't expect I would be able to, but it did make my, I've had board members yell at me for different things, much worse, easier than that. So I thank you for that, because it made my life here. I got a great board member here who will work with me. And then going from there, you made me a better assistant superintendent, because I knew you were always prepared for the board meeting. So I wanted to anticipate any question you may ask at a board meeting. And that made me better and made all of us better, because we wanted to be able to answer your question right then and there. And then I was looking at 7 years. What happened in that 7 years? We had a pandemic. And I believe you were board president during the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
And that was not an easy time, and tough decisions were made, but you were just leading us, and it was just amazing. So now as you move on, you get your Monday nights back. Your family appreciates that, I'm sure. I also, lost my train of thought there. Give me a second here. But, I just want to wish the best for you. I know it's not the district's loss because you'll now devote more time to the Emory Eagles, Sunny Hills High School, and I'm sure in a few years to the Beatty Broncos.
Next.
And then also to the foundation. And you were just going to be there for the kids. So as a foundation board member, I know it's not a loss to the district. It's more of a gain. You're going to have more hours to help dedicate. So from the foundation, we thank you for 7 great years and know there's many, many more things to come. Thank you.
And on behalf of the school sites, we'll ask Principal Williamson again to come and share a few words.
So we all of the students of the district wanted to thank you, but they would not fit inside this room. So instead of trying to cram nearly 4,000 students inside here, we decided that we would just at least show their representation by having all of their names signed for you, just to let you know that we all wanted to show their thanks. Yeah.
Wow.
Just so you could see all of their names of all of the students that you serve, just kind of at one time, because it really is a huge undertaking to see all these names, but they all thank you. So we really wanted to let you know how much we appreciate everything that you've done for us. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm already messing up the order, so I do have something that went out of order here, but Sharon Quirk Silva, Assemblywoman Sharon Quirk Silva also would like to have said something, but she wasn't able to be here. Joe Pack, her field rep, they wanted to at least pass on this recognition. It's a certificate of recognition to the Honorable Daura Ahmad from the office of Sharon Quirk Silva. I'm not presenting this because I don't have the right to. I'm just passing this on from them. And in closing, I think if we could ask Daura to come up real quick, we'd like to come to the front. So I think we wanted to present Daura with a plaque and read with our deepest gratitude. We present this plaque of appreciation to Daura Ahmad for your unwavering dedication and service on the Buena Park School District Governing Board from 2017 to 2024. Thank you for igniting the passion for her. So, with that. Ms. Ahmad would like to say something. Yes, of course.
I kind of didn't want to do this because I didn't want to get emotional, but I knew I was gonna. I knew it was bound to happen. I want to thank each and every person that came up and spoke and that's here. I want to thank them for being here, for being part of this journey. I've enjoyed every single second of it. It was my dream to serve and I enjoyed doing it. It's not a goodbye because you guys know me. I will be around. I'll find something to do, you know. But I did want to acknowledge, just take this moment to thank my family who's here, who usually doesn't come to any of the board meetings. I want to thank my husband for, not just supporting me, but always keeping me in check. He'll tell me, I didn't hear that you went to Pendleton recently, or you haven't been to Corey recently. I think you need to go. I think you need to make sure that they see you. And or I'll tell him, there's a choir festival and I don't think I can make it. No, you need to be there and we'll figure it out. I'll take, you know, whoever it is, you know, one of the kids that has something. So it wasn't just support with the word support. It was, they knew how much education was important to me. And they're the reason I was able to do it. I want to thank my daughter, Thala, who when I got on the board, she was actually Moody's age, my youngest. So she had to take on a lot of responsibilities that I'd be like, make sure they do their homework, make sure, you know, everyone gets to the place they need to be. And when she started driving, everything was ×2 because I made her do a lot more because of that. And then thank you to Moody and Farah for being good kids that would listen to your older sister. I did it for them. It started that I did it for them. And then I found that I did it for every single kid in the school. It just felt like everything I wanted for my kids, I wanted to make sure that every kid in our district had that. So that was my mindset with it. And I thank everyone in this district that made that possible because yes, we're here on the board, but you guys do the actual work. So thank you for that. And I want to recognize one very special person too here, that if it wasn't for them, I don't think I would have even thought to be on the board. So I want to thank Barbara Michaels. She's the one that saw me the first year I came in with a kindergartner and I was just frazzled by having, you know, to come to school and help. And I didn't know what I was doing, but she told me, I could see you as a board member. And I was like, what is she talking about? I don't even know what a board member is. And so she's my mentor. She'll be my mentor no matter where I am, to be honest. It doesn't have to be on the school board. I want to thank you for everything. And I want to thank each and every person that has been part of the journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dara. With that, we'll take a 5-minute break because she's already busy. And it already starts now. She has some festivities she must have to go to. But we'll take a 5-minute break, everyone. So if anybody else needs to partake, they can go. But we'll take a break. Okay. Oh, taking a break at 5:38. We'll be coming back from break. We'll be moving on to our oath of office of newly elected appointed governing board members. And we are returning though at 5:46. So a little past 5 minutes, but it's okay. And I'll pass it over to Dr. Lee.
Yes, at this time, we will have the oath of office to newly elected appointed governing board members. So if I could ask Mr. Jensen of trustee area 3 to step forward, and his family is also welcome to join him. We're going to stand in front of the icon. Jensen, if you place your right hand, please, and repeat after me. And when I say your name,
I, Michael Jensen,
do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of
and the Constitution of the State of California.
that I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion.
and that I will well and faithfully
I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon
discharge the duties upon
which I am about to.
which I am about to. Thank you.
Do I put a picture?
Oh, yeah, take a picture. Up there, up there, up there. There, backdrop.
You take one, take one together. Perfect. The one who's going by itself. At this time, if I can invite up trustee Brenda Estrada and family, you are welcome to join us up here in the icon. I, Brenda Estrada, solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of California, and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith, and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States, and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States, and the Constitution of the State of California, and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation, or purpose of evasion, that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to.
It's official now. We'll move on to the hearing session. The audience members may request to address the board on an item on or off the agenda per board bylaw 9323. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the governing board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board limits the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. The total time allowed for public comments shall be 30 minutes. Audience members wishing to address the board during the hearing session of the agenda should fill out a request to address the governing board form and turn it into the executive assistant prior to the board holding the hearing session. Do we have any? Problem? And we do not have anything. Then we'll move on to the approval of the November 12th, 2024 regular board meeting minutes. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Frutos, and seconded by Ms. Estrada. I think Mr. Jensen, you might want to abstain on this one.
Yes.
Last meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0-1. Discussion? No discussion. I forgot already. I was to discuss. Was there any discussion before we voted? I don't think. We're good. Okay. All right. I need one session to get better on this, so we'll be fine. We'll move on to the annual organization meeting, annual election of officers for 2025. We'll start with the nomination election for president.
It's recommended that the governing board approve the election of trustee Jason Chong for president.
Discussion? If none, is there a motion? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Shed. All those in favor?
Aye.
I myself. I too. All right. I guess Mr. Jason Chong will be president. That's kind of weird. I don't know. Moving on to the next item, nomination and election for clerk president pro tem. I would like to recommend or nominate or motion for Jerry Frutos to be the next clerk president pro tem. Do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Estrada. I missed the discussion, but I think I'm going to miss those. I'm going to move forward with those. Yeah. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Frutos, for being our next clerk pro tem. Nomination and election for district representative to serve on the nominating committee to elect members to serve on the Orange County Committee on School District Organizations at code 35023 or 72403. Do I have a motion for that?
Yes, it is recommended that the governing board approve the election of trustee Brenda Estrada
Thank you for
to
that motion.
serve on the nominating committee.
Thank you for that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Frutos. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 5-0, and Ms. Estrada will be serving as the district representative for nominating committee to elect members. Moving on to letter D, nomination and election for alternative district representation to serve on the nominating committee to elect members to serve on the Orange County Committee on School District Organization. Do I have a motion?
It is recommended that the governing board approve the election of trustee Michael Jensen as the alternative district representation to serve on the nominating committee to elect members to serve on the Orange County Committee on School District Organization.
Thank you for that motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Shed. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Jensen, for serving as our alternate. And letter E, nomination and election for political action representative. Do I have a motion?
It's recommended that the governing board approve the election of trustee Rhodia Shed as political action representative.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Estrada. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. And thank you, Ms. Shed, for serving as our political action representative. Item F, the appointment of the superintendent to serve as the secretary to the governing board. It is recommended that the governing board appoint the superintendent to serve the secretary to the governing board. There's no motion. We're just gonna say, we do have a motion. Oh. Got it. So I can motion still. I would motion to appoint our superintendent to be the secretary of the governing board. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Estrada. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Dr. Lee, for being our secretary of the board. And moving on to G, approval of the 2025 governing board meeting calendar. Dr. Lee.
Yes, it's recommended that we approve the 2025 governing board meeting calendar, and to note the changes from last year. We have one meeting in August instead of the two that we had last year, and we are proposing two meetings in January instead of the one meeting we had last year.
Do I have a motion?
A motion.
Thank you, Mr. Frutos.
Second.
Second by Ms. Shed. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And I missed it again. Was there a discussion? I don't know. Anybody would like to add that after we motioned it already, but sorry. I'll get it. That's the second strike. Are we good? Okay. We'll move on to governing board comments and we'll start with Mr. Frutos.
Thank you, President Chong. Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. I want to welcome Mr. Jensen to our board. I look forward to collaborating with you and looking forward to the next couple years of collaboration within our governance board. Also want to thank everybody here in attendance. The holiday season's right around the corner. And I know a lot of us are probably anxious to have a little bit of time off, so hopefully everybody gets some time off that is well needed, get some rest, enjoy some time with the family, because sometimes we can't get those moments back. And when we have those moments available, it's important to ensure that we take that little bit of time, just not for ourselves, but also for our families, because a lot of times they're who grounds us and keeps us going throughout our days. So with that being said, that really concludes my comments for today. And I just look forward to the upcoming school year, or the remainder of the school year in 2025.
Thank you, Ms. Shed.
Thank you, President John. Well, on the 13th, I went to the Orange County School Board Association Board of Directors. And it was our first board meeting after the election. And we basically discussed how some boards have changed in this current election. Ours is one of them. And we also discussed how many of the districts in Orange County who had a bond, were able to pass the bond. So that was good news, because, you know, we weren't quite sure, since so many people had bonds up, if they would all be approved, but most of them were. So that was exciting news. On the 15th, I had the pleasure of going to the District 4 PTA Superintendent's Forum, at which our Dr. Lee was one of the 4 speakers. And she did such a great job representing our district, representing Buena Park, but also representing what it means to be a superintendent and listen to all the voices that are, you know, have questions, have, I won't say demands, but have requests, you know, and concerns. And afterwards, so many people came up to me and said, wow, that's your superintendent? You know, I want to go to that district, you know, so I was very proud of her. She did an excellent job representing herself in our district. On the 19th, I went to Buena Park Middle School because they were being interviewed for a school to watch. And they interviewed staff and students, parents. And by the time when it was time for the board members to be interviewed, they said they didn't even need to talk to us because the parents gave such a shining response to what was happening with their students. And so I was proud to be there for that, because it was all so rewarding to hear that the parents really appreciate and get what the staff has been working on, you know, all year. On the 22nd of November, I went to the Buena Park Middle School Awards Assembly, and it was not what I was anticipating. First of all, it was outside and not in the gymnasium, but the kids were getting awards for behavior, which was great. And at the end, the Principal Jay, is he still here? Oh, he had to go. Okay, I know he was here before. And a couple of counselors let the kids throw pies in their faces at the end. And it was such a fun activity that they were willing to be vulnerable like that. It's for the kids who had, you know, worked hard, gotten tickets and they were able to buy a chance to throw a pie. And so it was so fun and exciting to not participate, but to observe. Yeah. On December the 3rd and 4th, I went to the delegate assembly for the school board, Orange County, California School Board Association. And at that meeting, we, every district brings the needs and concerns to the conference, and we eliminate, we determine what has the most priority. And so we discussed it in small groups, and then we came together. Every small group, there were 8 small groups. There were 8 small groups, and we had like 50 each. And we broke it down to 3 things. Like our group had 10 that we had come up with, but we broke it down to 3 things. And then we came together in the large room, all the districts in California, not all the districts, all the delegates, I should say, in California. And this is how we decided what the School Board Association is going to work on this coming year. And so it was exciting to be a part of that body and to represent small to middle-sized district as we are here in Buena Park. And it was interesting to see, I mean, they have rural districts, they have, large city districts, they have all kinds of districts. And it was interesting to see what the needs and concerns were. What was also interesting is that even though some of the districts were very different in their makeup, like farmers and things like this, some of the needs were the same. And so that's how it was easier to come to consensus with what we wanted to move forward with. And then in December, about this, I guess the end of the first week, I went to Beatty because they were also nominated as a school to watch. And I was there as a board, and the board's always last, which is a good thing because you want to hear from the students and the teachers and the parents and the office staff. And again, they didn't need any real input from us. And so that was exciting also to know that the committee who had come out to review our 2 middle schools were very confident and comfortable with going with what they already had heard from everyone that came before us. And so I'm very proud to represent our middle schools and our principals. One of them is here still with us tonight. And I'm just so thankful for what they do and how they lead their staff. And of course, for what the staff does. And it's an honor, again, to be a part of this district. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Estrada.
I just wanted to first off and start by congratulating Trustee Jensen. Welcome aboard. Really looking forward to working with you, and thank you again for running, and thank you again for taking up such a minute.
Thank you.
Yeah. So it's really hard to kind of follow up after Trustee Jed. So I'm gonna keep it short and sweet. I really appreciated being able to go to CSBA and be able to learn alongside our board and our superintendent, and as well as some of our faculty here in the district. It was a really insightful couple of days, and I feel like I learned a lot. And I feel as if CSBA really did help me a lot to become a better board member. And I just wanted to say, looking forward to finishing off the year strong, and good luck.
Thank you. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to, I know she's not here, but thank Darwa Ahmad for her dedicated 7 years of service. I truly wish I could have served alongside of her. That just wasn't an opportunity, unfortunately. But I know the board will miss her. I'd like to thank Dr. Lee for allowing me to immediately take training at the CSBA pre-conference so that I could take a full day of how to become a better, how to become a board member, and hopefully jump in a little bit more prepared than just walking off the street. And so thank you for allowing that. And also for basically sitting with me for most of the day, allowing me a great opportunity to learn more about yourself and the district and the needs of our students. So thank you so much for that. Obviously, I'm looking forward to working with all of the school board and the staff, Dr. Lee and officers, the principals, the students, the teachers, and the classifieds. I'm greatly looking forward to working with all the stakeholders to make this school district a wonderful place to attend school where all students can learn. And just a little bit of a fun fact. I started kindergarten the year Beatty Elementary at the time opened. I think that was 1967. And was the first, to go all the way from kindergarten through 6th grade at that school. So, and then my daughter and son also attended that school as well. They even had one of my same teachers at the time. Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to say welcome to Mr. Jensen and welcome back, Ms. Estrada. We're looking forward to another way of building our family here and to serve our community. And so welcome, and we look forward to that. I was able to attend the CSBA as well, and I like to always look for the budget because I always feel like that's what's always on the cliff or something that's ominous or positive. And I think the message this time, there wasn't much, which is kind of scary, but there was cautious optimism. So that's kind of a good thing, I guess. So I think we have to keep monitoring that. I know Ms. Poteet does a great job of that. And I always look at that because that dictates what we have moving forward. And again, I think it's not doom and gloom, which we'll, I'm sure, hear at our first interim and see where it's at. But I just want to report that was what I was looking for. And another thing was a big thing about political landscape. And I know as board members, a political position in a sense, serving education, which sometimes shouldn't mix too much. So there's people have thoughts, but it's interesting. I'm just thankful for our community for trying to make sure it's not political, but it's again for education and the community. That's not so common. And I think that's something that we should pat ourselves in the back for, which is to really do. And I know a lot of teachers I've seen and I see their passions and it's for the students. Like the love is so real. And I think that's very important. And I think boards forget that because they lose sight of what really matters and they look at the other things. And so I really want to thank our community for doing the right work, because at CSBA, it was very evident that we're not so common in a good way. So that was pretty awesome. Also a great thing that our bond passed. Again, another testament to our community to make sure our schools get updated and upgraded. And I think that's going to be a fun journey. Maybe not so fun for Mr. Magbu and Mr. Anderson, but hopefully a fun journey to see some improvements in our schools. I want to give a little shout out to the principals. I know putting the school plan for student achievement is not easy. A lot of thought and work goes into that, the SIPSA, a lot of acronyms, but in the community, principals are very thoughtful and they work with their teams to make sure there's a good plan. That's what it was. And so I know everyone, I know we're going to talk about it today a little bit, but thank you admins for doing that. Also, thank you to our SPED team for I know they're going to report today. Again, shout out and some love to our SPED department. They're wonderful and one of the best for sure. And I was also able to go to the Beatty schools to watch, and I happen to know one of the assessors or graders, and she gave glowing remarks of how amazing Beatty was because that person was a principal at a local or partner or I guess neighboring junior high, and they were just glowing about the amazing things that could go on at Beatty. And so Principal Dr. Valdez, I think and him being able to speak proudly of his school was really awesome to hear. And I think our principals do a great job of that, marketing and communicating, and kind of the way to combat politics is to be communicative and open early and often. I think when you're informed, then there's no place to fill it with blanks and question marks or gray. So thank you to Dr. Valdez. And I want to give a shout out to Miss Trehune, who our debate teacher there. We got to see the debaters, not speech and debate. Very important to identify that. One of the few that were recognized for that. But again, we have some amazing students and amazing programs. And so it was very, again, a proud moment to see that. I know Mr. Beckheimer is very competitive, or not competitive, but he wants a shout out too. So great job for them, because both our middle schools are award-winning, noteworthy, great leadership, great staff. So again, we don't need awards to tell us that. And we already know that we're a school to watch. However, I guess we are now officially able to say we're a school to watch. We already knew that though, so we don't have to. But thank you for that. That'd be awesome. And that's my report today. So Dr. Lee.
Welcome, Trustee Jensen. We look forward to this journey with you. I want to start off my report with an introduction. I want to introduce to you our interim Chief Personnel Officer, Nora Roque. Welcome on board. Why is it that you don't, this introduction, you don't seem like a new member being introduced? She came in and just dove right in. And if you didn't have a pleasure to meet her yet, she's all in. She's here for the time being, but we want to welcome you to the Buena Park School District family. Hope you're feeling the love of Buena Park. Yeah, and the goodness of Buena Park. And I will tell you, I've never worked with an interim so fully in. She came and immersed herself very quickly and went to sites. She boots to the ground. She went directly to talk to people, meet with people, shake people's hand, knowing that direct interaction and voice is where we start. And so thank you for joining us. And so we look forward to our journey together here. And if there is a need, please reach out. She's very friendly. Very it is a night for celebrations. And I want to congratulate once again, and even if I have to repeat what the board members just mentioned, it's a big congratulations to Beatty Middle School as well as Buena Park Middle School. I just wanted to read a couple of words so that you can feel what I feel in the sense that this is a pretty big deal. This prestigious recognition is a national distinction. It elevates middle school education and highlights models of excellence and best practices across the country. Schools receiving this designation must prove evidence of rigorous and engaging curriculum, supportive environments across all student groups, and inclusive culture that fosters community and develops strong relationship between staff and students. This must be evident. And not only is it done through an application process, it is done through interviews, and there has to be tangible evidence, not just by documentation, but they actually go to the site to see it and feel it. Just to echo the words of Trustee Shedd as well as President Chong, we had no words that we needed to offer by the time district and board went on campus. There were tears shed by the parent community who shared with this team who came and was just in awe by the time we got there around 3-ish, 4-ish at the end of the day, that they've heard and seen and felt enough. And this honor affirms the dedication and commitment that our district has to our students and staff, and it starts with our feeder schools. Because it's not an overnight success, it is built over time. And so the recognition also goes to everyone in this district. The celebration of achievement is done grand scale in Monterey. That's the local one where the California League of Middle Schools honor us locally, but we actually go and fly to Washington, D.C. to get this recognition as well in June. So just give a kudos to the principals who led the charge, the teams that wrote the application, the staff who had to prove it along the way. And I want to just share this little moment with you. And I'm so sorry, Dr. Valdez, to do this to you. The beauty of Buena Park is he came to me last year and he said, I'm going to go for it. I want to go for schools to watch. It was not top down by all means. And once again, this is the beauty of Buena Park. When he received the news through a letter that said, congratulations, Beatty, you have just been awarded and recognized as schools to watch, there was silence and a moment, and Mrs. Huang was there, that it was just silence that we shared because it was evident what this meant to the principal. So thank you for your leadership and your vision to lead the way at Beatty, but also Buena Park Middle School too. I don't want to take anything away from Principal Beckelheimer because he was shining like a very bright star. He usually does. He has no problem with that. But this time around, it wasn't just the words of Jay Beckelheimer. It was the words, actions, and what the staff had to prove to these interviewers on a one-day notice to prove that the application they submitted was all true. So thank you. And I want to wish Buena Park School District staff and families a beautiful and warm holiday season. Please, please, please rest, rejuvenate, relax. I know sometimes it's hard for us to deprogram, to reprogram again in January, but the time with our family, once again, it's priceless and much needed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next up is our programs and reports and the special education report. Dr. Lee.
Yes, I would like to invite up to the podium our Director of Special Education, Julie Linecky, and her team.
Good evening, Board President Chong, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Lee, Executive Cabinet, and guests. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight about the important work being done in our special education department. But I want to first start by thanking and acknowledging and expressing my gratitude for the hardworking special education teachers, instructional aides, some of them are here tonight, school administrators, and district office staff. And I can't leave out all of our general education teachers because special education doesn't just live in special education. So thank you all for your hard work and dedication to our students with special needs. Next slide. So this report will include updates on our district's programs, progress on compliance, and some department highlights, and the effective practices that are making a positive impact on our students and their families. The most important highlight tonight will be to celebrate and share a wonderful success story. Next slide. On this slide, you will see our student counts based on the services and placement in their IEPs. Although the numbers can change daily depending on enrollment and eligibility, we currently have 649 students with IEPs, which is about 71% of our population that we serve. And we have seen a rise in the number of students needing speech and language services in the recent years, maybe due to COVID, something to do with that. Next slide. Here's an overview of the programs currently offered in our district at preschool and elementary schools to support students with disabilities. At Buena Park Learning Center, our preschoolers attend the mild, moderate, and moderate severe program and receive their related services. Several children mainstream into the state preschool classes or attend that program after their program ends each day. We're happy to see that expanding. Whitaker School houses our mild to moderate SDC classes for TK through grades 5, and Pendleton has our moderate severe program. At Corey School, the full inclusion program continues to thrive with all students in general education. Next slide. Beatty has our mild to moderate program for middle school, and Buena Park Middle School has our moderate to severe program. Both schools offer RSP and related services, and both have expanded their co-teaching programs. In these co-taught classes, a general education teacher and an education specialist or instructional aide work together to provide tailored support, combining their expertise to benefit all students. One example in a co-taught English class at Beatty School that I wanted to share this evening because it touched my heart, was during a discussion in an English class about their school-wide read, Out of My Mind. A student with special needs shared how much he enjoys being in general education classes. He explained that he feels and learns more and is better included in the school community, much like the book's character Melody. He identified with Melody because, like her, he struggled with feeling voiceless and overlooked for a long time. Next slide. Now I'd like to share an update on our progress with state compliance improvement and monitoring. Up until this year, we were in what's called targeted assistance due to not meeting the state target for disproportionality. In our case, we were over the risk ratio for Hispanic students being eligible for special education in the category of specific learning disability. And therefore have been working on decreasing this number, which is shown here for each year. Next slide. In addition, our targeted assistance plan included addressing the need to increase the amount of time students are spending in general education. One area is the percentage of students that spend 80% or more of their day in regular class. The number in parentheses is the target, which we have not quite met, and we're still working towards. For this year, we are about 21 students shy of meeting that target. And again, those numbers can change daily. The other portion is a percentage of students that should only be spending less than 40% of their day in regular class, which is a difference of about 58 students. So in general, we want to see the 80% indicator increase in the number of students and the 40% indicator decrease. And again, this is only for students in kindergarten through 8th grade. Next slide. Although we have decreased our number of Hispanic students becoming eligible as under the category of specific learning disability as shown here, we continue to progress into the next level of monitoring because of our risk ratio being over three for 3 consecutive years. The calculation for risk ratio is basically based on the comparison of the number of students with disabilities compared to in the same ethnic group compared to general education students in that same ethnic group, and then further compared to students with disabilities and general education students not in that same ethnic group. So you can see last year our number was below 3 points. Next slide. So our plan that was recently submitted to the California Department of Education was to reduce the number of students eligible for special education under specific learning disability. And the action items include updating and implementing our new plan for multi-tiered systems of support, or MTSS, providing the learning coaches for interventions at the elementary schools, training our staff, and improvement around our assessment and identification practices for specific learning disability. Next slide. Some other things I'd like to highlight tonight within our department is we recently held a bridge authorization training for 23 of our education specialists. We support our 10 new staff members with our program specialist, Susan Mercier. We are increasing opportunities for inclusion at all of our sites. We have our partnership with Chapman University for inclusion with Beatty Middle School, Buena Park Middle School, and Corey Elementary. And we're constantly working on targeted interventions with curriculum and improving our instructional practices. Next slide. So as we know, effective practices equal positive outcomes. Utilizing curriculum based on student needs and universal design for learning, incorporating the practices learned in professional development, like cognitively guided instruction, CGI, examining our approach to writing IEP goals, and maximizing student engagement are all essential. I am proud of the progress we are making in special education. With the continued focus and collaboration, we will be able to further enhance the educational experiences and outcomes for all of our students. To demonstrate some of this success, I'm thrilled to have with me tonight Mrs. Suzanne Huerta, Whitaker School SDC teacher, Hotzen Fellow, and much, much more. And she's here to share the amazing work in the area of math as it relates to these effective practices. Turn it over to Mrs.
Good evening. So a lot of educational specialists, we go to college and we are taught how to fix our students. And so goals are written in a deficit way. And most goals that Miss Williamson, I'm putting you on the spot here. She coined a term and she coined it hamster wheel goals, meaning a goal such as this one, this student will be working on multi-digit addition problems for the entire school year. That's their math goal for the year. And she calls it a hamster wheel goal because this is where a student spends an entire year just working on addition with regrouping. For an entire year, that's all Bob would be doing. So when I joined Cookson and learned all about CGI, I quickly realized how much I was keeping my students from learning. I began to see what was possible and what my students were truly capable of. Students who could not add with regrouping were able to solve fraction word problems or identify equivalent fractions. So I began thinking about IEP goals and how I could truly expose my student to grade level content. Next slide. So after conversations with researchers in the field, I wrote this IEP goal. And it says, by November 2025, when given a word problem, whole numbers or a fraction, Bob will demonstrate use of these 3 strategies: restating the problem in his own words, creating a representation, and revising his strategy when needed. To make sense of a problem and persevere in solving the problem in 4 out of 5 trials as measured by teacher evaluation of student work and data collection. So this goal includes grade level content, it includes the mathematical practice standards, and it includes the opportunity for my students to show me what they are able to do and share their mathematical thinking. Next slide. All right, so I want to introduce my friend Tanya. Tanya, come on up here. No. All right. So at the beginning of last year, I welcomed Tanya into my class. Unfortunately, Tanya was well known at our school for becoming agitated and angry quickly, which typically led to violent outbursts and shutting down. When she started in my class, this was her previous year's state test scores. Standard not met. Math was not fun or exciting for Tanya, even though I knew deep down that she could do it. Next slide. At first, she would just write answers down like this, often refusing to show her work or her thinking, or just copying what was on the board. Next slide. As time went on, she began to start to write more, but that's because we, especially you, were blessed with a one-on-one aide, Tanya's Miss Myra. Huh, where is she? Where's Miss Myra? So with Miss Myra now involved, I knew it was time to start getting her more involved in math. So while I created this choral count with my whole class, it just, looks like a typical choral count. I actually had Tanya buy into this whole entire choral count because I used the color pink to shade in the fractions. Next slide. Okay, so this was I thought it was a PowerPoint and I was going to model how I should do the lesson, so I have to explain it to you. But typically in my classroom, we start off with the background color, which is pink. And so the students will guess who this problem is going to be about. And then I show the picture, so you will just see that picture of Tanya. And then we guess what she's making. So Tanya, what did you make this time? Remember? What is the picture of that we made? Can you see it? Over there. Rainbow cookies, because Tanya loves her rainbows. And Tanya also loves to dance. So we created this whole word problem based on everything about Tanya. She dancing?
Yeah.
She always dances. So we got her to buy into math time and everything because now we're having a disco party. She's inviting her friends. We're using photo filters and everything just became super exciting for her. Okay, next slide. So on the left, you'll see all of Tanya's work. now you're gonna start seeing like the detail she puts into her work. She drew her 4 friends. It's hard to see, but she labeled the first 4 cookies, like each person's gonna get a whole cookie. The last cookie, she divided it into fourths, and then she knew that 1 + 1/4 equals 1 1/4. And then to do this, the share out and keep her engaged still, we reintroduce, or we talk about the whole story again at the top. And then of course I include a picture of her from the story. Next slide, please. So now look at her work. I mean, you don't have to analyze it, but you can see now that she is showing all her work. She's showing all her thinking. And if you look at the first one, the date is November. When we got Miss Myra in October. So within a month, we were able to get her to start putting forth all her work into math. Next slide, please. And then these are just some cute pictures of her hard at work, being totally engaged, model student, excited, working with her not coworkers, with her, working with her friends. Next slide. And so then at the end of last year, this was her test score. She met standards and almost like high end of it. So she went from a level 1 to a level 3 in 1 year. All right, and then let's do the next slide and then I'll let her speak. Okay, so this is Tanya. She is now involved. So not only did she come out of this math experience, but now she's just like a happy child all the time. Unfortunately, she's really sick right now, but she's now involved in school. She just won 8th place as a finalist. So in the final rounds of our first speech tournament. She's in our school choir and has her first performance this Wednesday. She joined track and field last year and plans to do so again this year. She has just entered the city's art contest and is eager to see her work displayed at City Hall. She continues to grow, thrive, and be a model student with the help, encouragement, and love from all of us, but especially her Miss Meyer. Where is she? Yeah, okay. Do you want to do yours part? All podium for me.
This is gonna be my English. So, hello, my name is Tanya and I am 11 years old. I am in Miss Huerta's 5th grade SDC class. This year, I am part of Whitaker's speech and debate team and also choir. I like math now because the world problems and stories all about me and my friends. It's fun to see all our photos and math. I like learning about volume this year and counting the layers. Math is my favorite because I love CGI. Thank you.
Oh, wait, there's more. She kept adding. That's why there's multiple papers.
So, yo hablo español y es más. So, hola, me llamo Tania y tengo 11 años. Yo soy parte de clase de señorita, de la señorita Huerta SS. Estoy en la quinto grado. Este año soy parte de su lazo y deber de su y deber. Y soy parte de coro y la escuela Whitaker. A mí ahora me gustan matemáticas por las historias de matemáticas son de mis amigos y de mí. Me encanta ver vuestros fotos en la clase de matemáticas. Mi canto aprende sobre volumen este año y contar las capas. Matemáticas es mi favorito porque mi encanto CGI. Gracias.
Thank you, Tanya, but Mrs. Huerta, don't leave. Please come back up here. As you can see, this one example of how important student engagement is and the classroom culture that Mrs. Huerta has created to engage a student, to build her confidence and so much learning in math. So I kind of tricked Mrs. Huerta a little bit because I wanted to share the work that she's doing with all of you and our community, but I also wanted to recognize all the work she's been doing. She is a Coatson Fellow, as I mentioned before. She's presented multiple times at conferences. She's published an article. She's going to be the keynote speaker at the math conference in January. She has a chapter about her class in Rachel Lambert's book. She's featured in the Orange County Register. She is a Presidential Award for Excellence in Math and Science Teaching finalist, the only one in the state of California. And she's on the National Curriculum Committee. I don't know what more she can do when she sleeps. But I just wanted to acknowledge her work and how great and how appreciative we are of everything she's been doing. And something for you. My appreciation. Mrs. Williamson is crying. My presentation. Question?
Never questions, comments. I have some we just keep hearing with our district, like a lot of, I think, work that isn't just work, right? It's the heart work from the heart. And just two are stuck out, happy and thriving. I think that's what separates us when people come and see our schools, see our teachers, see the work. It's evident because of that, not because you have to just report it or say it. So, I mean, I want to say thank you to our student support team or special ed department, because that's a hard work. So then to put extra heart to work, you see such more blooming and blossoming students. And like Tanya was amazing. Tanya, like you're awesome. And keep singing, keep speeching, keep debating, do everything that you do. And especially math, because we are underrepresented with what our females need to be represented in that field. So that's double, triple awesomeness there. And I mean, Dr. Lee and I talk sometimes because we're from the educational world too. And Buena Park's SPED department is very unique. It's very amazing. And thank you, Ms. Huerta. Every kudos to you, because again, people talk about it and like, oh, we do this. And they come at a deficit mindset. Very true, like what she just shared. But when I see Whitaker and we see the classroom and we walk and we see what they actually are doing, at promise, that's what we always talk about, right? With Dr. Rios, even earlier in the year, the at promise attitude at all our SPED department team sites is very evident. And I think you walk the love that you feel when you enter the classroom. It's not just like, oh, we love you, and then that's all they care about. Like they care genuinely through action of what their love is. And it's what like Tanya's doing. And it's what she's showing, how she's growing and thriving. And her happiness is very true and genuine. And I think that's continued amazing work. And I think it's just speechless. I just want to share that because literally our SPED department's work again, and Ms. Huerta and what she's been able to do with a very limited time and amazing work she does. And all our SPED department people, like when you go to, again, Ms. Williams' class and Whitaker, you're just blown away. Like there's no differentiation. This is where you want to send your kid, period, no matter what you are in terms of need or support. So I just want to share that because I've seen it, I felt it. Ms. Linicky, thank you for leading this department to demonstrate that. And no questions, just really high praise for the work you continue to do. And please keep up that work. It's awesome.
I'd like to say something. I want to just thank the whole SPED department for the work that they're doing. I see some special folks here in the audience, Mark. I had a lot of conversations, before I was a school board member. And I vividly remember you and I having a conversation and you said, my daughter just got hired at Pendleton. I remember that the proud moment in which you told me that we had that conversation, how proud you were. And after that, we just had conversations, but I also got to see Ms. Huerta grow. I was able to see her engage with the students, engage with the school, the love and support that she provided, the special needs students and the SPED department as a whole. And this recognition that she's going to achieve and have, I've seen it for many years, prior. So I just want to congratulate her for the work that she's doing. Ms. Williamson, you have somebody great at your school site. And Ms. Linicky, thank you for supporting your staff and the work that you guys are doing, because it's not no easy feat, and what you guys are doing is just tremendous work with everybody. And Tanya, I almost shed a tear just hearing you, speak in Spanish and English, and the work that you're doing. It's very touching, very heartfelt to me. You hit a really soft spot in my heart because I know some of the challenges that you may be going through or people don't see, but keep shining, keep doing what you do. Math will be the thing that you're going to be great at. Stick to speech and debate. That's amazing. You're going to thrive there too. And just as a whole, I look forward to seeing you succeed as you progress in your further education.
Yeah, this is an exciting moment, actually. I was just thinking in the like 30 years of education that I have, I spent 17 years in SPED, and it's true. It's been coming from a negative perspective, and I'm just so thankful that it has changed in that regard, and that there are so many people who are leading the charge, and we're proud that we have so many of them in our district. And I've been like in the when I go into the classrooms, I see the difference also. And I mean, at Whitaker, of course, but I've seen it at Quarry. I've seen it in a number of schools. I've been in Pendleton classrooms and just see the hard work that the teachers do, and the children's response to it. And that's the thing, you can work hard, but are you effective? And so I'm just so thankful that things are changing, things are moving, and children are growing and expanding their minds and opportunities. And so it's just a great thing to see. So
it's really exciting just to see how much hard work goes into it, like President Chong said. Just seeing really the team behind Tanya's greatness is really something amazing. Tanya, you are really an inspiration. Just in 1 year, how much you've done with the help of Ms. Huerta as well as Ms. Myra. Thank you so much just for showing up every day and really helping her out. And you're amazing, Tanya, really.
Okay, thank you for that
Thank you
report.
very much.
Appreciate it. We'll be moving on to the action calendar. Acceptance of the 23-24 Buena Park District Audit Report. Dr. Lee.
Yes, an annual audit of the Buena Park School District for the 23-24 school year has been conducted by the firm Jeanette L. Garcia and Associates. The audit covers the period of July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. So I would like to invite Jeannie to the podium. Thank you for being here with us tonight.
Well, thank you for having me.
I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity, my firm, the opportunity to audit here at Buena Park. It was really fun to come here and get to know everybody. It really was. And the audit, as you know, the audit's required by, EDCO. It's a financial and a compliance audit. So we come out twice a year. We come in the spring and we look at the district's internal controls, not only here in the business office, but we go out to the school sites and look at their controls over attendance accounting, student body accounting, pretty much every department. And then we come back in the fall after the books are closed and look at the June 30th ending balances to make sure that they're all fairly stated. And after everything was said and done, everything looked really good. We had no adjustments to the unaudited actuals that you approved in September. We had no audit findings. We did have a couple little adjustments to the beginning balance of the government-wide statements, but that was because we found a mistake in the prior year audit report. They were 1 year off on the bond payments. I don't know how that happened. And then the district this year, well, last year, I'm always a year behind. My this year is your last year. My next year is your this year. So the district switched software programs to account for the fixed assets and the depreciation. And as a result of rolling everything over into the new system, we found some things that needed to be reclassified, adjusted, and so we've now adjusted to this new fixed asset system. I agree with the new numbers, and otherwise everything, I mean, there's not a whole lot to talk about. So does anybody have any questions? Everything looked really good.
We have a great team that makes sure we don't have any mistakes. Ms. Poteet makes
Actually,
sure.
the only mistakes will probably be typos of my own.
I try to test her too, and she always passes me. Like, if no questions,
None for me.
we want to move forward with a motion to accept the district audit.
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Fruto. Wait, do we have to have discussion? Okay. I'm sorry, hold that motion. Any discussion? No? Motion?
I like the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Frutos. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Estrada. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you for your work. Appreciate your help. Thank you.
I think I have one more.
We have another one.
I have another one.
Yes. Acceptance of the 2023-24 Buena Park School District Measure B Bond Building Fund Performance and Financial Audit Report. Dr. Lee?
Yes, the annual performance financial audit for the Buena Park School District 23-24 school year is conducted by the firm Jeanette L. Garcia and Associates. This audit covers Measure B bond activities from July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024.
Right, so the Measure B bond was one of those 55% bonds, which requires an annual financial and performance audit. So we do the testing for the bond audit at the same time we're doing the testing of the district. Our goal, I meant to look this up before I came to give you the exact numbers, but my staff is instructed to pull at least 40 to 50% of the total dollars spent, so that when I say that the bond money was spent appropriately, I can say that we looked at a good chunk. I can get back to you on those statistics if you need them, but based on all of our testing, we found that the bond money was spent in accordance with the approved projects and in accordance with the ballot measure, and we had no exceptions there either.
Any discussion? Motion? Motion by Ms. Estrada,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Shed. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. And thank you for that as well.
Thank you.
The approval of the 2024-25 first interim budget report. Dr. Lee?
So we have with us Sandy Poteet, Chief Financial Officer, to present the first interim budget report today.
Okay. Good evening. President Jason Chung and our board members, Superintendent Dr. Lee, our cabinet and guests. Tonight, I'm presenting to you your 24-25 first interim financial report. We go to the next slide. I have to say thank you. I do not do this report by myself. This requires staff. Our director, Neelam Kakar, has a significant portion of this, and I thank her very much for all of her work. She is not here tonight. She is already on her vacation. So we go on to the next slide, please. Our budget calendar, the budget cycle, we adopt a budget in June 30th. Your first report of your status as of October 31st comes on December 15th. The second interim report will come on March 15th, which is data as of January 31st. Other than when we present the unaudited actuals in September, everything else is an estimate. Where it's constantly moving as we go through the budget. So this report is what's considered your first interim financial report. We go on to the next slide. So the first interim is the actual expenditures as of October 31st. We update our current year revenue base projections since budget adoption. We look at changes in expenditure projections reflecting all of the current programming, the hiring for the year. We look at, and we have a certification based on the multi-year projection. Go to the next slide. So if we summarize the changes that occurred in the unrestricted revenue of the budget, we only had a $73,000 increase in the local control funding formula from our estimate original. We only have 1.4788 increase and only a 0.25% increase in our unduplicated pupil count. So we had very little change from what we projected. Our state revenue increased by $63,000 in unrestricted lottery, and our transportation reimbursement was $280,000 higher than we had projected. Our local revenue has a one-time increase of $169,000, which are some rebate funds that we will not continue to get. It was one-time funding. We could go to the next slide. On our unrestricted side of the revenue, our federal revenue changes included a $54,000 increase in IDEA mental health funds, a $34,000 decrease in our title funds overall. That's Titles 1, 2, Title 3, and Title 4. We had $418,000 of carryover from COVID relief funds that get recognized this year. COVID funds are unique in that you only recognize the revenue when you have a matching expenditure. So they go hand in hand. And then we had carryover from our homeless program, $7,500 that carried over from the federal programs. In state revenue changes, we had a $31,000 increase in the ELOP estimate for this year. Our pre-K planning grant had a $47,000 increase. Our mental health and early intervention funding had a $19,000 decrease. Our Prop 28 arts and music estimate has increased by $10,000. Our agricultural CTE grant increased by $13,000. And typically this one, we don't always know this. So it's not that we got 13 more. This is the first time we're recognizing that grant, just to be clear. We don't recognize them if we aren't guaranteed to have that funding from year to year. So we're just now able to recognize that, that CTE grant. We have our restricted lotteries going up by $41,000, and our school readiness had an $8,000 increase. In our local revenues, our special ed that comes through our SELPA is considered a local revenue. It is increasing by $395,000, and we are receiving a $1 million CalShape grant, or that's the first component we're recognizing. It's actually $4 million, but we're only recognizing $1 million, the beginning stages of the CalShape grant at this time. So we could go on. So overall of our revenues, our LCFF revenue total is $53.9 million. Our federal revenues, which are only restricted, are $3.3 million. Our state revenues, a combination of unrestricted and restricted, for a total of $14.2 million. And our other local revenue is also a combination of unrestricted and restricted for a total of $8.7 million. So our total revenues for the year are $80.2 million is our estimate. So 67% of that comes from our local control funding formula, 4% federal revenue, 18% from state, and 11% from other local revenue. You can go to the next slide. We'll look at expenditures. So on our unrestricted expenditure side, We had a decrease in salaries and benefits of 411,000, and we had an increase for supplies and contracted services of 700,000. On our restricted side, we had a 1.2 million decrease in salaries and benefits, a $2 million increase in supplies and contracted services, and a 400,000 increase in capital expenditures. So this is the time of the year when we do the adopted budget, we anticipate what all the expenses are going to be. And this is our first look at what we've settled when we've settled staffing for the year and what actual programs have. So that's why there's such a swing between salaries and benefits in both the unrestricted and the restricted as the staffing is finalized for the year. So we can go to the next slide. If we look at our total expenditures, our certificated salaries, our total is 30.3 million. Our classified salaries total is 10.8 million. Employee benefits are 21.9 million. Supplies are 4 million. Services are 15.8 million. Our capital outlay is 528,000. Our other outgo is 1.7 million, and our indirect costs is 264 out to other program funds. So our total expenditure budget is $85.1 million. So if we go to the next slide, we break that down on the unrestricted side, 82% of our costs are personnel costs. 17% are supplies and services, and we actually transfer out 3% in other outgo. Our restricted expenditures are 61% personnel, 33% supplies and services, and 6% other. Move on to the next slide. So our total revenues were 80.2 million. Our total expenditures are 85.1 million. So we are deficit spending $4.9 million. 9 million on the unrestricted side and 14 million on the restricted side. However, then you come to the bottom, which is our contributions. So we are required to contribute from our unrestricted side to our restricted side for 2 programs. One is our restricted maintenance program. We are required by law, because we participate in state funding for facilities, to transfer 3% of our 3% of our total expenditures gets transferred from unrestricted to restricted. So that's $2.5 million that must go over to the restricted side. In addition to that, our special ed program requires an additional $9 million in order to have what's called our maintenance of effort, to maintain our programs the way we have we don't get enough federal and state funds. It takes an additional $9 million from the unrestricted side to maintain those programs. So we will always have a special ed contribution, because you must spend per student at least the same dollar you spent per student one year for the following year. And that's a federal requirement that we manage each and every year. So after you contribute 11.5 million from the unrestricted side to the restricted side, we go to the next slide. Where that leaves us is our unrestricted side of the budget is deficit spending by 2.4 million. Our restricted side is deficit spending by 2.4 million. However, the restricted deficit spending is specific to programs where we get the money up front, we carry that money along until it's spent and gone away. Those are intentional restricted deficit spending, because we got, for example, all of the arts and music block grant. Well, you got the money up front and then you had to spend it over time. So that is considered deficit spending for them, but it's intentional and planned, because you got the money and then you have to spend it and you recognize it that way. On the unrestricted side, we are spending more than we are receiving on the unrestricted side of $2.4 million. We had a beginning balance on the unrestricted side of 23.3 million, leaving us with an ending balance of 20 million on the unrestricted side. On the restricted side, we began with 21.2 million, leaving us with 18.8 million for a total ending balance of 39.6 million. I know my math isn't as great as getting to watch Suzanne Horde to do her math, but it is what it is. So when we look at our ending balance for unrestricted, we have 20.8 million on the next slide, I'm sorry. And when you break down the components of that ending fund balance, We have our revolving cash in stores, which are 55,000 and 25,000. Those are our required set asides. Then we have our funding that's committed. 14 million is committed for various things. Textbook adoption at 2.2 million. OPEB, which is other post-employment benefits, we've set aside 534,200 for that. Our technology reserve has 250,000. We have an Affordable Care Act reserve of 25,000. We have a reserve in excess of state minimum of 1.2 million. That has been asked that we set aside an additional 1.5 beyond the required 3% minimum as a board directive, and that is what is in here is that 1.2 million. Declining enrollment mitigation, we have 2.9 million. We have future program needs of 6.7 million. In the grand total of those items is the 14 million. Then we have other assignments. We have Kid Connection of 150,000, state preschool reserve of 150,000, and a reserve capacity of 3.9 million. The total of those other assignments being 4.2 million. And then our reserve for economic uncertainties is 2.5 million. The entire restricted ending balance is restricted. So we can go on to the next slide. I'd like to talk about our district enrollment ADA and funded ADA. So we're jumping there. This is how we get our revenue. This is what generates our funding for our district. So CBEDS is the one day, the information day that we collect as of October, the first Tuesday in October, I believe it is. Wednesday. Okay, first Wednesday of October. Annually, we collect a data point that is called CBEDS. Then we have the black line is our ADA, our average daily attendance. So we only get credit and paid for daily attendance of students. We don't get paid when they have an excused absence or an unexcused absence. We only get paid for the time they attend school. We also have what's considered funded ADA. So you're funded on either the greater of current or prior year attendance or the prior 3-year average. So what this is for us, we've been funded on the prior 3-year average for the last few years. So our funded ADA is greater than our current ADA, but they are growing much closer together and they are getting closer to the CBEDS day. So our attendance is improving is what this is showing, and that's a good thing. So we're increasing our revenue as we have increased attendance for our students. So if we could go to the next slide. That builds into all the factors we use to develop our budget and our MYP, or our multi-year plan for planning factors. So our COLA for this year is 1.07. The projected COLA at this time is 2.93%. The COLA is not related to this condition of the economics of the state of California. It is a federal marker. We will know the official number in April. This is the projection, and in January, there'll be a new projection that's different than this number, but this is the current projected number. 26-27 is projected at 3.08 for the COLA. Our enrollment, including our county kids, so you'll see numbers that include county kids and don't include county kids in their programs. There's 11 or 12 students between the programs. So our enrollment currently for this year is 3,696 students. We continue to progress over the next year down to 3,627, and we'll decline again, projected down to 3,549 students in 26-27. We have, as I stated before, the projected ADA for the year, and then we have our funded ADA. So our you'll see there what our funded ADA over the next 3 years is expected to be. The funding formula we're able to use is the 3 prior year averages. That provides us the best benefit. Unrestricted lottery is projected to be paid at $191 per student. Restricted lottery is projected at $82. CalSTRS expenditure rate is 19.10% what the district pays on behalf of CalSTRS employees. CalPERS employees, it's 27.05 of their salary. Social Security is 6.2%. We pay Medicare of 1.45. We have unemployment expenses of 0.05%, and our workers' compensation rate is estimated at 2.25%. All of those factors go into building our multi-year projection, or our MYP. So go to the next slide. The first set of columns in the gray is the budget I just reviewed with you for 24-25. We take that data, we apply all of those factors, and that brings us to our 25-26 MYP. When we look at which is the center yellow columns, our total revenue is expected to be 56.7 for the unrestricted side. If we go down to the expenditures for the unrestricted side, it's 48.5 million expenditures. We have our contributions, as I said before, to restricted maintenance and special ed, 11.5, providing us a surplus, or in this case, it is a deficit spending of 3.3 million for 25-26. After our beginning balance of 20.8 million, it leaves us with 17.5 million. We look at the restricted side, we have 22.2 in projected revenue for next year. We have expenditures of 34.4% million. We have that contribution coming across. There is a deficit of only 701,000 in 25-26. They had a beginning balance of 18.8. They'll end with 18.1 million on the restricted side. We look at our 26-27, that data then rolls forward. We apply those continuing factors of attendance, staffing. Our revenue becomes 57.2 million for unrestricted. Our expenditures are 49.1 million. Again, our contributions of 11.5 million. Our deficit spending is 3.3 million. We have a beginning balance of 17.5 million, leaving us with an ending balance projected of 14.1 million in 26-27. On the restricted side, we had 21.98 projected revenue for 26-27 year, expenditures of 34.6 million, the contributions of 11.5 million. Our deficit spending is only 1.1 million, beginning balance of 18.1, leaving an ending balance of 16.9 million. We go to the next slide. What does that ending fund balance look like? The allocations have not changed. We have the same reserves set aside, the same required reserves, reserve capacity. When you look at the bottom line and you look at the reserve percentage in 24-25, we have a 24.53% reserve. In 25-26, we'll have a 21.1%, 11% reserve. We get to 26-27 and our reserve percentage is down to 16.91. However, I'd like to go to the next slide to take a second look. We have an expended textbook adoption that is anticipated happening in 25-26, which will eliminate that reserve. So that money is considered spent. When we revise the budget in 25-26 to expend those funds, it drops our reserve percentage down to 17.92 in 25-26, which then leads to the 26-27 reserve being down to 14.13%. These are the estimated data we have currently for our reserves. Go to the next slide. So we have an ongoing deficit spending, and that's is triggering a fiscal stability statement requirement. We have a structural imbalance within our unrestricted general fund. Our expenditures continue to outpace our revenues, and we need to right-size the budget. So we could go to the next slide. The County of Orange has provided guidance that because we are continually deficit spending and we have a structural imbalance, that we need a fiscal solvency statement that identifies that the district is aware and has a plan. At this time, they're asking us to acknowledge our responsibility to maintain fiscal solvency for the current year and the subsequent 2 fiscal years. Based on the current budget, 24-25 state budget, and the anticipated increases in ongoing cost, it's anticipated that we need 3 million in ongoing budget reductions across 2025-26 and 26-27 to maintain fiscal solvency. We've been asked that the board recognize that a board approved a budget reduction list for 25-26 and 26-27 and an implementation timeline will be included with the 24-25 second interim report submission, which is due by March 15th. So the 3 million can come across both years, but we do need to address our structural imbalance. Go on to the next slide. But the good news is we actually are able to do, and we are doing a positive certification. We have the time to make this change over 2 years to look to how to balance and bring back stability between our revenues and expenditures. So we are able to have a positive certification, meaning we can meet our obligations for the current and next 2 fiscal years. We could go to the next slide. Just as a recap of our other funds, I know we go into a lot of detail of our general fund. That's our main operating budget, but we do maintain several other funds. We have our Child Development Fund. It had a beginning balance of just over 600, almost 700,000. Their revenues are just over 2 million, expenses of 2 million, and they're going to end with a little over $752,000. Our Cafeteria Fund is beginning with a $5.1 million balance. Their revenues are 4.2 million. Our expenditures are anticipated at 4.6 million with an ending balance of 4.6 million. They are on a mandatory spend down plan. They have a higher reserve than they're required to have. We are in a process of determining how to spend down their funds. They have a higher reserve than what is allowed by their program. Fund 14 or deferred maintenance, we just have a small amount. We just haven't officially closed that fund in case the state ever comes back and funds deferred maintenance. We want to have a place to put those funds. There's a few dollars in there that earn interest. That's the only thing in that fund at this time. Fund 21 is our bond building fund. We had beginning balance of 12.7 million. We're earning just interest is all that will be in this bond fund of 356,000. We have anticipated expenses of just over 7 million. An ending balance of 6 million. This is where our Measure B funds are. I almost got ready to say and we're not there yet. Measure B is in Fund 21. And so this is where our big Gilbert project for our TK pre-K program is coming from, this fund, and I'll share as in also in Fund 35. So that's the majority of this expense in this account. Our Fund 25, our Capital Facilities Fund, has a beginning balance of 743,000. It's bringing in revenues of 263,000. The revenue from the Capital Facility Fund comes from developer fees. So when you have a development, you're expanding your home. The business does a development. If a contractor comes in and puts in a new neighborhood, there's an assessment. It's a developer fee. We get a percentage of that. And so our anticipated revenues for that for this year are $263,000. We have expenses of just over 46,000. We have an ending balance of $960,000 projected at the end of the year. We have a Fund 35. It's called the County School Facilities Fund. It has a beginning balance of 520,000. It'll have interest of 18,300, which is just interest. Expenditures of 530,000. This is the fund that our state funds for Gilbert project will come into. So far, we've only received the design funds. We are in the process of finalizing the application and notification. So we'll get the additional funds that we were awarded for that program will come into this Fund 35 to continue to pay for that project. Our last fund is our Fund 40, our Special Reserve for Capital Outlay. It had a beginning balance of 6.4 million. It has revenues of just over $1 million. We have expenditures of 1.2 for an ending balance of 6.2 million. The main funding source for this, in addition to the interest it's earned, is what's called redevelopment agency funds, or RDA funds. And those are funds back when we had redevelopment agencies in the state, there was funds provided for redeveloping the areas. There is some money still coming in from that. And so that's what's recorded in this fund. So those are all of our funds. We could go to the next slide. I'm sure you have questions.
No questions? So thank you, as always, very thorough. And
I did have a question.
Oh, thank you.
On the LCFF increase, there's a 1.47 funded ADA increase. Is that 1.47%? What's 1.4?
1.47 students.
Students, okay.
So average daily attendance. So the student attendance is only going up by 1.4. Because we're using we're being funded off of three prior year. So there's just a slight place where we have a current year allocation that comes into that. There's one component that's current year, but the rest of it is all prior year. And so we only anticipate basically not quite 1.5 student change.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, thank you. If none, do I have a motion to accept the first interim report with the positive certification?
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Frutos. Motion, second.
Second.
Ms. Shed with a second. Thank you. All the missed the discussion again. Doesn't matter. We're good. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you again for that report. A lot of reports today there. Moving on to adoption of resolution number 24-10 of the governing board of the Buena Park School District regarding annual accounting of developer fees for the 2023-24 fiscal year in the Fund 25 capital facilities account. Dr. Lee.
Yes. The district was required to make an accounting of the fund and to make additional findings every 5 years if there's any funds remaining at the end of the prior fiscal year. It is recommended the governing board adopt resolution 24-10.
Any discussion? Okay, and it's roll calls because it's in a resolution. First a motion.
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Frutos. Second. Thank you, Ms. Estrada. Roll call. Mr. Frutos.
Aye.
Ms. Shed.
Aye.
Ms. Estrada. Mr. Jensen.
Aye.
Yes, I'm an aye as well. So the motion passes 5-0. Approval of revision of governing board policy 5030, student wellness. Dr. Lee.
The non-discrimination statement in board policy 5030 student wellness has been updated to align with current federal guidelines. No other changes have been made to this policy.
Any discussion on the wellness policy? None. Do I have a motion? Thank you, Ms. Estrada. A second.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Shed. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. The approval of the 2024-25 single school plans for student achievement. Dr. Lee.
Yes, each school conducted a comprehensive analysis of data to establish specific goals that are aligned with the school, district, and the LCAP goals and priorities. Then actions are developed to help schools meet their goals. Included in the actions are the people involved, timelines, resources needed, and the funding amounts if applicable. Each school site council helped develop the SIPSAs and they received input from the English Learner Advisory Committee, who have approved their plans and is seeking approval from the governing board to implement the outlined action items. And I do want to add thank you, principals, for your leadership on this. Thank you to Director Dr. Sandra Song and Sari Huang. I know this is a large monumental move for you and a lot of details that come together in a big comprehensive plan. And it's a long evening, so we really appreciate you being here with us tonight.
And the plans were shared with us, so we were able to see. Any discussion on that?
No, but I'll make a motion.
Okay, thank you. A motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Estrada. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Again, thank you, everybody, for all your hard work on that one. Approval of Pendleton Elementary School Coats and Foundation for the Arts of Teaching Strategic Opportunity Grant. Dr. Lee.
Yes, Pendleton School is committed to strengthening the use of CGI, cognitively guided instruction in math, by deepening their understanding and extending math strategies. To support the school efforts, they applied and been awarded the Strategic Opportunity Grant titled Deepening and Extending Current CGI Practices. The funds will provide instructional coaching, release time for learning walks, lab day attendance, and data analysis and planning.
Any discussion? Always nice to get money. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Ms. Shed.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Frutos. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Awesome. Good job, Pendleton. Nomination of trustee Rhodia Shed to serve on the California School Board Association CSBA Delegate Assembly for Region 15 for the 2025-2027 term. Dr. Lee.
Yes, it is recommended that the governing board nominate trustee Rhodia Shed to serve on the delegate assembly for Region 15.
Do I have any discussion? Thank you, Ms. Shed, for doing that. I know you've done that for a while and you represent a voice for us. That's very important. So do we have a motion to nominate? Thank you, Ms. Estrada. Do I have
I'll
a
second.
second by Mr. Jensen? Thank you. Your first, second. That's very monumental. It's like on baseball, you gotta get the ball. You gotta get that. All those in favor? Aye, motion passes 5-0. Thank you for representing us again. Discussion calendar, the BPSD governance handbook revisions. Dr. Lee?
Yes, this is up for revision and the changes were noted in yellow where strike-throughs were made with outdated information. This goes twice as a discussion item and it goes for approval next month, but it is open for discussion at this time.
Any discussion? I think, Mr. Jensen, this is something that we were trying to build up because in the past practices, our handbook was not the most, I think, extensive. And I think, thank you to Aaron as well for helping in general. And I think we try to do that. So thank you for making those revisions. Any comments or discussion on that? Or discussion, sorry. And then next item is the governing board self-evaluation dates. Dr. Lee?
Yes, CSB recommends June. However, it is up for discussion as well. This is an item that has been requested by the board.
Any discussion? Mr. Jensen, particular new, are you good or want any understanding of that?
I know, I understand what the self-evaluation is generally about. There's two proposed meetings in June that we just approved. Is there a particular meeting at June that we're settling this for?
My recommendation is the first meeting. It aligns with the superintendent's evaluation.
Okay.
And then the second meeting is usually reserved for the conclusion or the outcome.
Okay.
Good. Any other discussion?
None of mine.
No. Okay. Move on to, Move on to consent calendar. Unless a trustee has a question concerning a particular item and asks that it be withdrawn from the consent calendar, the items are approved at one time by the governing board. Mr. Frutos, anything to remove?
None of mine.
Ms. Shed?
No. I don't
Mrs.
think it's very
Mrs.
much.
Estrada? Mr. Jensen? I don't either. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Frutos. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Estrada. All those in favor? Aye, thank you. It is really nice to note, though, a lot of donations and gift acceptance this year, like this month. And we don't get that often, but it's nice when we do. Ms. Poteet would be very happy by that. So our funds grow. Moving on, closed session, conference with Dr. Lee. Oh, did I miss one? I'm trying to move this fast. Information and correspondence, major topics. I missed that, sorry. Dr. Lee?
Yes, thank you. There's significant changes to the major topics for the upcoming school year. We have added signature programs at the site level and the district level, and we will have board meetings as an opportunity to showcase them.
I personally appreciate that. I feel like our schools do a great job anyways in marketing themselves. This will show and highlight a lot of the different things that happen that, not to be all shiny, but it's good about all our signature passion projects. So I thought that was really cool. So thank you for everyone agreeing to. I think that's great that we have those reports now. And not to say schools are not important, they're very important, but this will be good. Anybody else?
Nope.
Okay. Now, closed session conferences with Dr. Julian Lee, Superintendent of the Buena Park School District, and Sandra Poteet, Chief Financial Officer. Labor Relations, Buena Park Teacher Association, Government Conference Code 54957.6. Labor Relations, California School Employee Association, Chapter 569, Government Conference Code 54957.6. Labor Relations, Non-Represented Management and Confidential Contract Employees, Government Code 54957.6, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal Release, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, the Superintendent. And then the governing board meeting is called into session. Oh, do I have a motion to go into closed session? Thank you, Ms. Stratus. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Shed. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. We will be going into closed session at 7:27. All right. Do I have a motion to reconvene? Thank you, Mr. Frutos.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So motion passed 5-0 to reconvene at 9:37. Reporting out of closed session, nothing to report. And do I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Mr. Estrada. Any second?
I'll second.
Ms. Shed, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0 and we're meeting adjourned at 9:37.